we've got quite a special lecture program today. We're focusing on well-being for you and your family. And we're talking about Northwestern Medicine's program for delivering a hospital experience in your home. It's very unique. And they've been working on this for the past year. We first heard about it last year. Said, give us a little time to get the kinks worked out, and then we'll come and talk about it. Well, here we are tonight. I found a quote that speaks to the program. It says, healthcare is evolving in remarkable ways. And one of the most significant developments is the hospital at home. It's a model, it's an innovative approach that allows eligible patients to receive full hospital level care safely in your own home. So for many of us and for your family members that you care for, that's exactly the kind of option we're going about. So our Northwestern medical staff is here to walk us through the program, how the program works, the conditions that it treats, the technology, which there's a lot, and the clinical support behind it, and the real benefits for any of the patients in your family or yourself. So the evening at the end, we'll have some open time for questions and answers. So our staff tonight, Dr. Michael Bauer, he is the Associate Medical Officer for Northwestern Medicine. He's a board certified pediatrician and past president of the medical staff. And he's responsible for the quality and patient safety of the hospital. And then Dr. Michael Kalanick, he's medical director for Hospital at Home. He is the program's first full-time hospitalist at Northwestern. He has a dual board certified in internal medicine and emergency medicine. And Dr. Sev Valantonso, he's the director of operations and runs the program on a day-to-day basis. So he has nearly 20 years of healthcare experience across clinical care, informatics, and operational leadership. So Dr. Bauer, we're going to let you kick it off. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us all here tonight. Although you stole most of my thunder about what I was going to do. I'm really pleased that you all decided to come out tonight to hear about this, because I think you'll find this fascinating, interesting, and hopefully something you will never ever have to use. But if you do, we want you to be aware of it. I've been very fortunate. I've spent my entire career here, all 38 years, up at Lake Forest Hospital. And as I like to say now, this is not your grandfather's Lake Forest Hospital anymore. We have grown, but not just in size, but in the number of programs, the type of care we can deliver to you, both in the brick and mortar buildings now, and what we can now do for you at home. There we go. I was once told a long time ago, when you're speaking, make it very, very easy. I'm a pretty simple guy. It's tell them what you're going to tell them, and tell them, and tell them what you just told them. So our agenda for tonight is we're going to tell you how this program works. We're going to go into a little bit about the clinical care and the safety piece, how we go about choosing patients. We're going to tell you a little bit about patient experience, and at the end show you a short video of things. And he followed me from my son's garage. I swear. No, years ago. For those of you at home joining us, we just have one little chipmunk running around. And then we will have time for questions and answers afterward. If you'll indulge me for a minute or two before we actually get into the program, though, you now see our new name, Northwestern Medicine, Catherine Grants Griffin, Lake Forest Hospital. That we are recognized not only locally, not only nationally, but worldwide now for the care we're delivering. You can see we are the #8 hospital in Illinois and Chicagoland. Don't forget, downtown, there's that whole medical center with lots of academic centers besides Northwestern. We are #8. We have 4 nationally ranked specialties: neurology and neurosurgery, diabetes and endocrinology, orthopedics, and geriatrics. And to hit that list, you have to be in the top 50 programs in the nation, not just here. Or recognized by CMS, which is the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, as a 5-star. That is 5 out of 5, being the highest. We've also won awards from Healthgrades, Vizient, Beacon. Beacon gives awards to recognized emergency rooms throughout the nation. Newsweek, and the Magnet is a distinction that all of our nurses have achieved. That is the highest level of nursing care that you can get. Recently, I think you've all seen a bit of the construction that's taken place. We relocated and expanded the emergency room, and I don't know how many of you have been to our emergency room. It's now beautiful. We have additional care rooms. The waiting space is much, much larger. We added 2 new inpatient pavilions, which basically double the number of beds that we have for inpatient medicine and surgery. That we expanded our critical care, our intensive care beds, from 12 to 24. One of the other things that we've done is create specialty units within the hospital. So we now have dedicated floors to oncology, dedicated floors to just surgery, dedicated floors to just cardiology. So creating those specialty units allows us to give our nurses additional training to provide that specialized care. And that really goes a long way to getting us to that #8. By the way, we're not resting on #8. We have a goal, and that's to become the #1 community hospital in the country. And we're going to get there. And this fall, we're going to start our cardiac surgery program. So that's coming. So in order to do that, we had to create incremental capacity for our interventional platform. Interventional is when you come in, have a procedure, and then leave the hospital. Also, we added that lovely parking garage, which also goes underground because Lake Forest has some limits on how you can build that. And now we're going to turn it over to our hospital at home program, which is really, really cool. Siv Villain-Thuntu has been instrumental in helping us create this program. We started with some intention, going slow with sites to gradually build it up. And I'm actually pleased to say right now we have 9 patients. It's 9 that instead of being in a hospital bed in the brick and mortar hospital, they are in their homes right now, receiving that same level of care. And Siv will tell you, this is not home health care. You are an inpatient hospital. And with that, please welcome Siv.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. So I'm Siv Villain. I've been with Northwestern for almost 19 years now, actually. 19 years as of last month. I started my career as a nurse at Central Education Hospital and did many hats, from nursing to developing IT programs for perioperative space, to helping with the integration of hospitals within Northwestern. Now, the best of them all, hospital at home. For the next 10 minutes or so, I'll get into what is hospital at home and how exactly do we provide this care in the comfort of your home. So let's start with the first question. So what is hospital at home? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's the ability to receive inpatient care. So if someone needs to be admitted to the hospital, they have the ability to receive the same exact care at the comfort of your own home. One of the biggest questions we get is, oh yeah, I've heard of this, home health, right? Well, this is different from home health. Home health happens after you've been discharged from the hospital. This is continuation of your inpatient care. You are under the care of our physicians. Our nurses continue to care for you. We're able to monitor you 24/7. And we're able to continue all the advanced treatments you need, just like in the hospital. Everything from imaging to lab work and all the other services you need. The best way to think about it is picture you're admitted in the hospital, but your room number changes to your home address. Your address changes, but the care never does. The care continues. Healthcare is evolving, and over the last several years, decades, there's been tremendous advancements in technology. With hospital at home, patients are able to heal better in the comfort of their homes. Who here prefers to sleep in your own bed versus a different bed? I would think almost unanimous. And patients recover better in a familiar surroundings with your friends, with your families, with the pets, familiar environments. You heal better. Also, when you recover at home, you're not being exposed to many of the hospital acquired infections or other risks that come along with a prolonged hospital stay. He wants to know, is your house at home for 2 months? So we're also at a stage right now where our technology is so advanced that we can continue to provide sophisticated medical care in the comfort of your home. At Northwestern, we're innovators. But Northwestern just didn't, say one day, let's start this brand new program. This was very intentional. We partnered and studied several hospital home programs across the nation. Some of the big names, Mass General Program, UMass, Atrium, Virtua, Advocate. These are some of the larger hospital home programs in the nation. Some of these have been live for years, caring for thousands of patients. We partnered with them, we studied them, and we took some of their best practices and implemented here about a year and a half ago. And now I'm happy to say we are the largest and the most experienced program in the Chicagoland area.
We being Lake Forest.
Lake Forest Hospital, that's right.
This is not Northwestern downtown. It's not any other of the big Western community network hospitals. It's right here. It's us, Lake Forest.
No, thank you, Dr. No, thank you. Yeah, we started November 6th of 2024. And since then, we have cared for hundreds of patients in the comfort of their homes. The first year has been very intentionally kept small program because we are learning and we wanted to make sure we continue to provide safe care. At Northwestern, we hold ourselves to very high standards, and that applies even to programs like hospital. So maybe, Sid, can you give me an example? Can you walk me through how does this patient journey feel like? Let's walk through a patient who presents to the emergency room and the physician says, you need to be admitted to the hospital. What happens is our physician team and the care team identifies a patient as, you know what, you are a great candidate to receive care at home. At that point, our team would go speak to the patient and the family and explain what this program is. A lot of times we get many questions. Wait, I'm not ready to go home. I'm not home now. So we explain what the program is. And once the patient's enrolled, our nurses, Northwestern medicine nurses, meet the patients at their home. We set up everything the patient needs, everything from technology to equipment, which I'll get to in a little minute because it sounds like, say, this sounds too complicated. It's really not. It's as simple as a little puck that looks like an apple. So our nurses meet the patient at their home. We set up the equipment. For that, our physicians, our care team continues to monitor you 24/7. It's business as usual. Just like in the hospital, you're under our physician's care. You speak with your physician every day. Our nurses go to your home and we care for you every day. We do all the care that you need, everything from lab work, therapy, medications, meals, so on and so forth. And once you are healed, you're recovered, you get discharged from the program, just like in a brick and mortar hospital. The other question I get is, Siv, sounds great on paper, but can you really do all those elements that are required in the hospital and the home? The answer is yes, we can. We start with, again, your own dedicated Northwestern medicine physician team and a nursing team who go to your home. We take care of all the transportation. We're not looking for, hey, can so-and-so come pick you up and bring you back? No, we take care of everything. We partner with Superior, they bring you home. And many of the advanced tests, like imaging, X-rays, EKG, ultrasounds, they can be done in the comfort of your home. If a patient requires advanced imaging, like MRI or CAT scan, guess what? We coordinate all the transportation. Superior comes in, picks you up, they take you right to the advanced imaging. That gets done, you're brought right back home. Our physicians will call you over your tablet, your telemedicine, and go over your results. Even things like physical therapy can be done in the comfort of your home. Our lab does all the lab services. You come to your home, all the labs that you need, we process them in our lab, you get results for your labs, even your medications. You are able to order from our wonderful menu in the hospital, but nothing comes close to a home cooked meal. So you have the option to opt into our meals or eat your own home cooked meal. The other big thing is, Sid, you keep mentioning technology. Tell me a little bit more. I think many of us are familiar with fitness devices like an Apple Watch or Garmin, etc. Our device is something very similar. It goes on the upper arm. It monitors your heart rate, your vital signs, your heart rate, your respiratory rate, your temperature. We're also able to capture your blood pressure. All these keep our clinical team informed on your condition, and we are with you every day. The key thing here is we have an entire hospital team behind every single patient that's taking care of our patients at. You're never alone. And our care team continues to communicate with the patients, with the families. Sometimes there's a little alert that goes up, and the patient's oxygen's a little low. Guess what? We call and be like, hey, is everything okay? Most of the times, I took it out just to go take a shower, or I am, sleeping and the thing came up. This one we monitor, and we're able to take care of patients. That being said, I will turn it over to Dr. Kalina, one of our full-time hospitalists and medical director, to go over how exactly do we identify patients? What are some of the common conditions? And how has the patient experience been? Dr. Kalina?
Don't forget, pets are allowed. There's no visiting hours unless you want to send in Sophie home. Then feel free to say the hospital said you have to leave my leave.
That's right.
So
That's right.
that
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Siv and Dr. Bauer, Jed, and the rest of the club for hosting us today. I think there's a few takeaways that I really hope everybody, goes home with tonight about our program. One of them is that we're all really excited about this. I know that we've kind of been working on this, since 2024, November, like Siv mentioned. but we really, we've been refining this process. We're growing the program. We're going to keep growing this program. And we really believe that this is the future model of healthcare. We continuously look at hospitals without walls, and this is really part of that process. And I think hopefully, what you'll also take away is what we have found so far in our program and large programs around the country, these major academic centers that we partnered with and learned from is patients really love this. We can deliver the highest quality and the highest level of safety of care in the home. And we have just as good, if not better outcomes, than being in the brick and mortar hospital. And so, that's part of this. I'm going to just dive in a little bit with some of our process and kind of, how we do things. A question that I get asked a lot is, well, how do you know who's eligible for the program? How do we know who we can take? And this has been something that we've really dedicated most of our days to, really, for the last year and a half, basically, is kind of refining that process and really zeroing in on who are the best patients that we can take and provide this level of care for with the best and safest outcomes. And so we have a dedicated team that really determines this eligibility every single day, pretty much around the clock, basically. And it's kind of a dyad partnership, really, between a physician and a nurse and kind of a nursing staff, basically, and that's very intentional. We want what we need, for our program, for the success of it, is we need to have not only really the right medical and clinical patient, but we need to make sure the home environment is right too. And so, we spend a lot of time with our team. It's our physician and one of our nurses really comes by the patient's room in the hospital and talks to them for quite some time. Because we want to know, everything that we possibly can, not only about, kind of the medicine and the case and why you need to be in the hospital and what your treatment plan is. It's always myself or one of my colleagues who are really in close contact with all of the physicians in the hospital. But also, it's really our nurse who's there kind of asking you, learning more about you, learning more about your home. How do you have pets at home? Where do they stay? How many flights of stairs do you have? How do you feel about getting around? We really need to make sure that all of these elements are, safe and kind of as expected, so that we can kind of predict the next steps and kind of find the best patients for the program. We also have kind of a technology team as well, and this is really just making sure that kind of the equipment and the technology that we have that we set up in the home is a good fit, and the patient does not need to know how to operate everything. That's no problem whatsoever. Our nurses help with that every single day. And we can also be there, elbow to elbow, just to guide the patient on how to make sure they're able to talk to the doctor and our nursing staff as well. And so this, as you would imagine, this is a pretty rigorous process, and we want that. That's kind of intentional. It's a select percentage, basically, of the people in the hospital who are eligible. But it's a lot of patients in county we can get home and treat, and that's part of what we're excited about. Part of what gives us the confidence that we're going to be able to continue to grow. Basically, any adult patient over 18 years old who does not require a critical level of care and ICU level of care is potentially eligible. We have listed on the slide statistically some of the common diagnoses that we take the most often, but this is not exclusive. There's all kinds of conditions that we potentially are able to take, and to be perfectly honest, we continue to learn ways every day that we can take more and more conditions, more and more patients. Things that we did not think were possible in the beginning, we do now regularly, really with no problem at all. We have the potential to take you home in our program at any point, kind of in your hospital stay journey. As early as when you first come into the emergency room, we work closely with our emergency medicine colleagues, discuss cases down there with them. And sometimes we're able to directly admit you to your home from the emergency room. And then times that we're not, we're constantly communicating with the hospitalist physicians in the hospital, day one and day two of your hospital stay and beyond, depending on how much time, patients need. The things that we do very, very regularly in our program are really infections of a lot of different kinds, urinary infections, very common, pneumonias. We take a lot of COVID patients, other viral infections, other respiratory conditions like asthma and COPD, when that's flaring up. We take a lot of cardiac conditions as well. So heart failure patients, we have a very close relationship with the heart failure specialists at Lake Forest who are great. And, we've collaborated with them a lot, since we started the program in order to, kind of regularly take a lot of heart failure patients as well. The kidney injury is listed up there. That usually refers more to, kind of from being dehydrated, but to the point where it is affecting the kidneys. And so that's something that we also do quite regularly and have great, recovery and improvement there. And then an area that we've, started to really explore and will continue to do so is with a lot of our surgery colleagues. We have taken many patients who have had a surgery, and then, whether it's the day after, 2 days after the surgery, but they still need to be, in the hospital, and they would be in the hospital otherwise. We've taken many of them home now, and we can kind of communicate with the surgery team every single day, have our staff, see the patient every day, update the surgery team on how things are going. And patients tend to love that. I mean, if you have to be, nobody wants to be in the hospital having surgery. If you do have to, what better way to recover than, in your own bed and your own couch with your TV. So, this is a particular area that we're really excited about going forward. And I think we'll continue to see, more patients, in this category. And then, we've been studying extensively, kind of how patients have done, program. And we've been very encouraged by what we found. We have found data that generally is very comparable to these larger programs around the country. Patients generally have a lower likelihood of having to come back to the hospital, after they're in our program. We take pride in, kind of how we communicate with patients, especially when they're ready for discharge. We really go out of our way. We have dedicated case managers who can help with kind of facilitating that smooth discharge transition and making sure, patient and family is well aware of, what the next steps are. What doctor appointments do I need to go follow up to when? Do I need to see the physical therapist? And, what medications did you change? What do I need to take? We really take pride in kind of, taking extra time if needed to really make sure that, all those instructions are clear. So far, we've taken care of over 550 patients in our program. We're excited about that number. We've gotten to that number, maybe even quicker than expected. We look forward to continuing to grow. Those 550 plus patients would have been in the hospital for over 1,700 days if our program did not exist. And so that's really, you know, I think that kind of illustrates really one of the key values and benefits of a program and being able to get patients home, you know, sooner. Um, we've had zero patients, you know, acquire an infection while they were in our program, that they didn't have, you know, when they were initially diagnosed, when they presented to the hospital. And so, the you know that happens. It doesn't happen often in the brick and mortar hospital either, a small percentage of the time, but we've been really pleased and kind of encouraged with you know that data as well. And we've also seen a lower incidence of falls at home, other safety incidents. This is something that I'm, you know, particularly passionate about, and want to make sure that we're kind of maintaining that quality of safety. Um, so I think next I'll bring Siv back up. We have these are some patients, you know, just some quotes that we've grabbed from some of our patients. This is just a sampling. But you know, I think it speaks to really kind of the patient experience. This is similar to feedback I get every single day when I'm, you know, kind of treating patients in the program, and same thing with our other hospitalist physicians. You know, just the idea of being able to sleep in your own bed at night, not be, you know, really woken up every 4 hours for, you know, vital sign checks or, you know, other medication administrations if it's not needed. We definitely, you know, want you to have all the medicines you need, and we still, like Siv was saying, we still monitor you in our own way, and we can monitor you around the clock if we need to. But letting you get better sleep is just really a huge factor in patients healing better, and so we've had some mention that as well. Yeah, I think next we have a video. I'll hand it off to Siv.
Thank you, Dr. Collier. I think Dr. Powell mentioned about the visiting hours and the pet. It's kind of like just share a quick story. I could stay here probably all weekend and tell you lots of great stories we hear from our patients and families. We had this gentleman admitted to Lake Forest Hospital, and this patient wanted to go home despite being ill and requiring the hospital level care. Turns out his pet, who he's been with years of his life, was about to pass away. And here he was being sick, and he was willing to risk his own treatment and requesting us to discharge him home sooner than we'd like to. And then we said, you know what? He's a great patient. Let's get him home, in a hospital home, and care for him. He got to spend time with this pet, and he was just in tears and like, oh my gosh, this is just great. We had another patient who had a new onset of weakness, right, and also oxygen needs. He was not used to carrying the oxygen tank and also this walker. If you're in the hospital, we sold the same thing. We would give you the right equipment, the walkers and the oxygen tank, and get you home. But because she was in the hospital at home, our nurses got to see the layout of the house. She had a little too many transitions, and she would not have been successful with the walker and the oxygen tank. Either she would have said, I'm going to put the oxygen away for a little bit and end up back in the hospital, or not use the walker and maybe risk a fall. Because we saw this, we were able to work with the case manager and say, let's get our walker that's got a portable like pouch for an O2 tank and all that great stuff. So there's lots of great stories for a hospital at home. First, for the video, I would like to recap the 60 seconds we just heard. Hospital at home is the ability for the patients to continue the inpatient care in the comfort of your home. This is not home health. This is a continuation of your inpatient stay, where you're able to care for you under our physician supervision by drawing labs, doing images, medications, IV, therapy, meals, and everything you need to get better. We're able to monitor you via technology by having a little armband that monitors your vital signs such as heart rate, respiratory rate, blood pressure, temperature, so on and so forth. You get to talk to a physician every day using technology on televisit using a tablet. Our Northwestern nurses visit you at least twice a day in person. And
And we are held to the same standards as any patient that's admitted inside a hospital. Nothing changes that. And that's where the quality piece comes in.
that's right.
Makes sense.
This is just like you're in the hospital, same quality, same standards. And as you can see from prior slides, in many areas, we've seen better outcomes because patients are able to rest and heal better in their own homes. You heard from us. Well, what better way to hear about the program than patients and families themselves? So I'd like to play a little video. Do the audio works? Okay.
Those are not actors. Those are that got the care or their family members got the care at home. That, so you started us out with a quote. I'd like to end with one from one of my favorite movies, with The Wizard of Oz. Kind of like the Scarecrow. I wish I had written it. Something happened. Remember what Dorothy said. There is no place like home. And what you just saw were real instances of patients getting hospital care at home. Yeah, and that's what we're able to do with this program. So like I said, hopefully, none of you ever need to be in the hospital. But now you're aware of just some of the things that we're able to provide right here at Northwestern, after Grants Griffin, Lake Forest. So, and now, we'll take any
Questions, repeat the question when you hear it, so everybody can.
Sure.
I'm a threefer. I've got three questions. One, is there an option for a primary care nurse to be visiting, or is it just sort of whoever is available is the one that comes to the house? My second question is, what are the sort of common patients you said are folks with cardiac issues? So cardiac issues can go sideways very quickly, and that response time is very important. So if somebody lives even within the town of Lake Forest, what is the response time and how is that tracked, to get to that patient care? And then third, and finally, it's fantastic that you guys provide ambulance service and all of this care, but I'm sitting here thinking this is all incredibly expensive. And what kind of feedback are you getting from insurance companies on this?
Got it. So the insurance companies really, for the most of them, are on board with this because it's ultimately not only do we have better outcomes for patients, but it ultimately does save them money. As far as your first question on the nursing, these are nurses that are licensed to provide hospital care. Remember, you are a hospitalized patient. So it's really no different than if you were bringing in an outside primary care nurse while you're in the hospital. They're not credentialed to do that. So they can certainly stay in touch with you, but they're not the ones that provide that care. I'm gonna have you comment on the other question, but we know patients' conditions change. No different than in the hospital, where if you're at a certain level of care, and as you said, if things go south or patient's conditions worsening, where we have to transfer you to a higher level of care, a different form, perhaps the intensive care unit. That's the same thing that happens at home, and we bring you back in.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Great question. And yeah, definitely, to Dr. Power's point, we certainly can't predict everything, definitely when we take patients home, but so far we've really, that's part of why we put so much time into selecting patients and minimizing the chance that has to happen. A small percentage of time, patients do have to come back to the hospital. But it's a small percentage of time, and if it ever does happen, we can get them back, pretty much as soon as possible. I mean, we can always, if it's ever needed, we can always, have a rapid, kind of expedited ambulance back to the hospital. But that is extremely rare, so far in our program.
Yeah, one of the things we didn't mention, when a patient's admitted to the hospital or home, we are in contact with their local EMS system. So they are aware, they have your room number, they have your address, they are aware that we're providing that care for you at home. Should we need to engage them to come back to the house quicker? Next question.
So what if you have a procedure at the hospital downtown? And you have the sort of situation where you would also
Yeah,
in tandem with it.
excellent question, but unfortunately, in that case, you are hospitalized downtown. So that would ultimately require a transfer back to Lake Forest Hospital. But those physicians may not be part of the care team that's credentialed. So in most instances, that's not going to be the case. Ultimately, though, downtown may take our lead, see what we're doing, and they will ultimately be started in St. Paul.
So only Lake Forest really has this program.
That is correct. So the Northwestern system is a downtown academic center. And then we're 11 community network hospitals. As I said, we are the only one that is doing this program.
Yeah, exactly. So for now, we can only transfer you from Lake Forest Hospital. In the future, you know, that with time that may change, we may be able to do it with other, you know, hospitals, including downtown.
One. Here, one of the better, here, and then.
I guess two questions. One, you discharge people that are alone.
So let's repeat the question. Do we discharge patients that are alone?
Yes, and so I want to make sure I have the question right. We do take patients who live alone. I think maybe if that's what you're asking, and so yes, we do definitely. We still have that same safety assessment. We want to make sure that if you do live alone and there's a little bit less support, certainly that's inherently there, that it is a safe environment and the patient is capable of being safe in that environment. And so that's a huge emphasis on that kind of safety assessment before we're taking.
The second question, sure, if they're not alone at home, cardiac patients, you all provide an AED.
Yes, so the question is, for cardiac patients, if they're home, I guess whether they're alone or not, do we provide the AED?
Yeah.
We basically, we can deliver the AED. We won't necessarily have one present in the home, you know, for all patients like in our program who are there. Because, you know, normally that we don't need one, thankfully. And so if it ever is needed, we end up delivering it. It's either with the paramedics when they arrive at the home, or with our team.
If you need an AED, minutes, probably gonna.
Yeah.
Desperate.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yes. So, you know, again, it's something that is very rare, you know, for us so far in the program, and it would be if it is an emergency, like in that situation, then it sort of is the equivalent of like 911 kind of be called to the home ultimately. But like Dr. Bauer mentioned, you know, generally the paramedics are already aware kind of our patients, and so you know, they're usually very grateful to see.
And if there was a sudden emergent cardiac event, fortunately rare, the monitoring team would immediately engage 911 in this case. So,
If I may, I was at a conference for hospital at home, and this specific question comes up quite often. And we actually had one of the cardiologists from Mayo and other health systems that does one of the largest heart failure hospital at home program. The thing is, we have remote patient monitoring that's monitoring the patients continuously. As a physician overseeing the care, there are things you will see on the chart. Now, can someone have a rapid event? Yes. But think what happens if you see certain shrinks in labs on a frequent basis, too, because we are able to do all those things. And many times, if we feel the patient's deteriorating, we end up saying, you know what, the safest thing for you is let's bring you back to the room. I get it, it's not what you want, you want to stay home, let's bring you back. And let's monitor you a little bit more closely if we are ever suspecting that the patient might have a cardiac event. So that's what we have seen to Dr. Kleina's point as well. We monitor patients, we're in close communication. If we feel like the patient might be deteriorating, we bring the patient ahead of time. But if instance does happen, we do partner with 911 or EMS, and they, the first responders, and then we work working with them, institutional hearings. Did you have a two-parter or? That was it, okay. I think it was one and one.
My question was, how does the cost change between like the home and hospital care, and how accessible this program really is for those who aren't very well? I know you guys are starting off in Lake Forest, but those who don't have the means for it.
That's a great question. To repeat, what does the cost look like and how does it, does it serve everyone from every, is that one? I should have mentioned this, it's my fault. This is a continuation of an inpatient care. So from a patient's perspective, there's no added cost. Right? This is no different than you just to continue your remainder of your inpatient care in a hospital versus hospital at home. There's no difference to the patient. There's no added cost because we had to order an ambulance to take you home or back and forth, or you chose a wonderful meal service. Nothing changes. It's the same exact cost.
Additionally, it's a Lake Forest hospital program, but not Lake Forest resident program. But what's our radius that we can serve?
Yeah, so we typically go out up to 30 to 35 minutes radius from the hospital. That's how far we have gone. And we accept any payer. This is not a cash only program. This is just insurance. So we don't say we'll take one person versus the other, but we do a safety screening to make sure this home is safe for the patients and the staff.
Now, there are some insurance programs that have not jumped on that we're still in discussions, and what they are seeing is benefit. So when it started out, you had a small amount of payers that has grown exponentially.
Yep.
To the vast majority.
Yeah. We take all Medicare Advantage, and recently United Healthcare has said we've seen a lot of great benefits to our patients. We would like to be on board. Now we're doing a pilot with the United commercial. Yep, sorry. Yep, I think you were.
We had the pleasure of seeing this presentation 2 or 3 times already. And one of the comments that was made at one point was really when you checked out the homes by having your nurses there, the pre-evaluation time, you found out that the wife and husband were taking each other's pills.
Yes. So that's another great story. So we had a patient that this was all. This was all, we were taking care of the patient. It's another great benefit of being home. And we noticed that the husband was taking the medication out of the same pill box. We're like, oh. So our nurse was like, tell me a little bit more. What's going on? Oh, it's okay. We take the same meds. It looks the same. That's okay.
And they're both white and brown.
Yes. I mean, this explains a lot of the recurrent readmissions back to the ER. No, but this is another great benefit of being at home. So we are not, what you see on TV where we go through every single cupboard and read every single ingredient that you do. But just the fact that we are home gives us really this insight into little things like these, where the patient that needed a conversation with the walker, we knew about the transitions. We knew where the husband and wife were in the same exact pillbox because it looked the same. Or the patient who had the dog and he would have left discharged early had it not been for hospital home and spend time with his something that was very close to his life.
Just to add to that, I think it's a great question, such an important point. I probably lost count of how many cases and examples we've had since we've started this, where because our program exists in your home, we discover all kinds of things that there's basically no way for the staff in the hospital to know. And if they were discharged from the hospital, it was guaranteed you were going to have to come back. You're going to, somebody was going to get worse or get sick. And so, that was something that I don't even know if we fully anticipated exactly the impact and kind of the magnitude of that. But there's just countless examples. Sid mentioned some. But even, you do get a sense of even people's lifestyle, like, not only medications, but, diet, sometimes they'll say one thing, but, we get to we really do get to know the patients, even though it's a short period of time generally. Um, and, kind of at a deeper level, that can have an impact. We've seen proof that it has positive impact on your health, after, during and after, our program. So that was really, it's been an unexpected kind of surprise, really, I would say.
What is the average, what is the average length of stay in those?
Great question.
And even more importantly, if I can, average length of stay, brick and mortar versus.
Yeah, absolutely. No, great question. It's a good question for everybody online is the average length of stay in our program as you compare and contrast it to the brick and mortar hospital. In general, overall, the length of stays end up being almost the same between like if you're in the brick and mortar hospital for the entire duration, or if you come to our program. And this is something that we monitor very closely, actually. And it's, I think it's something that we're continuing to monitor going forward, but, there's even cases where sometimes it's slightly shorter, slightly longer. So, but in general, it's basically a comparable time.
So not promising.
No, correct.
If patient needs long care, then we talk about post-discharge options like home health or skilled nursing or options.
Have you had any pediatric?
Only over 18.
Oh, that's right.
And then they get into the adult world.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
The nurses that you engage, are they strictly in the program or do they also have time in the brick and mortar?
So we have our own, so the question is that are the nurses split between hospital and home? Are they sharing? Some of our nurses do end up picking up shifts in the hospital, but we have our own dedicated hospital at home physicians, hospital at home EMTs, hospital at home nurses and technicians. These are dedicated to hospital at home. These are Northwestern medicine staff. But we also get plenty of interest from our ER and IC nurses that says, we heard about this program. I love it. And can I pick up more shifts? And I can tell you, I done bedside nursing many moons ago. I asked our nurse, tell me a little bit more why you love this. They say, so when I'm in brick and mortar, I'm going between many rooms trying to cover. With this, when I go to the patient's home, I get to spend undivided attention to patients and their families, caring for the patients, educating the patients. Sometimes some of my admins are 50 minutes where the nurse is one-on-one with the patient and the family. Same thing for discharge. And the discharge education is very important. That's great. You're getting 40 minutes, twice a day visits. Not every visit requires that long, but it's that no nurses home. I think it was a good question. You do it. Okay.
Is there a benefit to the hospital that have a patient versus that?
So the question is there a benefit to the hospital for doing this program? I think the bigger benefit is patients. We're patients first at Northwestern Medicine. That's one of the reasons we did it. As you saw, there is the ability, we saved over 1,700 bed days. But what does that mean for many patients that are in the ED waiting to get a bed? You don't have to get in the hallway, right? That's 1,700 patients that did not spend an overnight in a hallway bed.
Overnight, it's made the ER instead of the so the ultimate benefit is to the patient, but from the hospital standpoint. And think of the way it started today. Literally, half of one of our units would have been taken up by those 9 patients that are being cared for. So when you're waiting for a bed and efficiencies in processing, it does help them. So it does free up hospital beds, those that wouldn't qualify for hospital. That needed psych treatment.
Maybe there's a lot of hands, so maybe we'll go this way, then we'll come around. How does that sound? Let's start.
Okay, what's the ultimate goal? Is it to have a third of your patients in this program, or is it 50%, or what's the mandate?
Yeah, so the question is, what's the ultimate goal? What's the number of patients? You know, put a number to it. It's more, the way I would think about it is the right care for the right patient in the right setting. Maybe it's 12 patients, 15 patients. And as we get additional payers that are like, hey, we will work with the program. And we're also looking at not just med surge, but how do you look at whole treatment programs that you and I were talking about, how do you merge different programs together, or even oncology, surgery, as we think about trend. There's many, many opportunities. End of the day, I think it's the right care for the right patient in the right setting. Let it be 12 patients, let it be 25 patients.
But we continue adding more staff
Yes.
with nurses and physicians to be able to increase the number we can handle.
And we have tripled our volume in the last 5 months. Right, and we continue to grow, and I think we have 5 more nurses starting in the next 3 weeks.
You said for minors.
We've reached a nominal end, but you will stay and answer questions.
I will be here,
Wait for the next-
and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So we'll keep answering questions. No, we stay.
Yeah.
You guys are- I have a question about physical therapy in the program. Let's say someone at bilaterally doesn't need. Does he have a question? Physical therapy? Does someone come in and?
Great question. Yeah, so the question was, how does physical therapy work in our program and for a patient who maybe had a knee replacement? How we determine the eligibility and kind of how they're going to receive the physical therapy. And the answer is basically, we take each case individually. We always try to map out the plan of kind of what each patient needs. And so, for your example, a patient who's had orthopedic or knee replacement or something, we would talk to the surgeon directly and basically, discuss the case and be like, what was your physical therapy regimen for this after this procedure? And now we talk to them a lot on patients, so we got a lot of their styles and preferences. And so we do have the capability of doing physical therapy in our program. So for some patients, that's really the best fit. But when in terms of what happens after the discharge from the hospital, and if they need to go somewhere for physical therapy, as you said, that's sort of a process that takes place after the discharge, and then we make sure those instructions are very clear and aligned with what the surgeon has to place.
Right, so in general, if I can, for a hospitalized patient, we can provide the physical therapy they need. But often, that's going to be, you no longer need to be a hospitalized patient, but that's where you get home health care with physical therapy. That makes. You still have to be meeting the criteria that is set forth mostly by insurance company to require hospitalization. Right? There's a big difference there. You're okay for discharge. We're setting up your hospital, your home health care, nurse visit, physical.
Yeah, so if you need it when you're in the hospital, you can still get it in our program. And then after you leave the hospital, we can, iron out all the details the same way they come there as well.
Okay.
Good. My question was about cancer patients and how that looks like for them, especially since they are ones that stay long periods in hospitals and also run the risk of a constant exposure with every nurse and healthcare and any guest really.
And absolutely, great question. The question was, cancer patients and how, they eligible and how that plays into the hospital program. And I'm glad you brought it up because it's an area that, I'm particularly excited about, I think going forward, because there definitely are many cases where, those cancer patients who, many of them do need to come back to the hospital, but often for something that, sometimes just requiring maybe one IV medicine or, treating an infection. And so they can be really great and do very well in our program. And so we are already doing this. We already have taken many cancer patients in Lake Forest Hospital. Will continue to do so. And are looking to partner actually with, kind of our oncology colleagues at Lake Forest Hospital as well.
Check on into a cancer patient, for instance. They have to start out by going in through the yard, hospital before they can. It's the city, I say to the home, is that you have
Yeah. Another great question. This question was, for cancer patients was the example, but really applying to many. Do they need to come to the hospital? Do they need to come to the emergency room first in order to get into our program? The answer is yes, they do. So we still have to kind of go from the hospital to home, basically, to get the care here. The future state may change. I think we're excited about potential opportunities in the future to maybe expand, but for the moment, that is the current stage.
benefits of Korea. So something was same reason they would read it.
Well, yeah, so if in a case like that, the question was if they review things in this example. So they would still need to come at least started through the emergency room in this example. But, if it becomes, really clear at that point, like, they're being readmitted for, X. And it's something that we can do that, sometimes it isn't directly, from the emergency room, and so we can have that conversation here. Staffs.
That's the way the regulations are written, you have to be in the emergency, just get admit you. Just like how I meet a patient. I've seen some regulations change over time, so there's this. Yeah, I think, really close to that all of that is a chip. They're starting practicing a lot of the thought about that. I'm listening for no one's necessary. Just this, stepping to their primary selection process is something that sort of, you're gonna learn that process, but like, I think I'm sure what we're saying. Practice and experience the patients and also, get experience. Yeah, generally, or like, it just says, the thing, your highest level, safety standard. But, it is about, just finding out the right care life. That is definitely, still is, instant compounds person about here. So that process is still similar. And it's definitely a small, very, very small percentage for us to. So hard for that in a small instead. I'm saying, oh yeah, so every single day I can't even tell you, I'm on service at one point, it's like, they must stick having, so
Super important about, you know, oh, you think of this spaceship, and if the hospital may say, yeah, I think they're good, and then I say, oh, but I'm concerned about this part. Say, oh, yeah, that's a good point, you know, it's a constant dialogue. Okay, about the scene that really goes exclusively, you know.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, since I took it to the organization, yeah.
Flying glasses. Where we should work. I think the way that's Thinking, you're any more good at going on security. That's just involves my holidays. They guys have just still looking like they. But the most stand by volume. Like you know, so I think it's degrees. And then pretty much like it's fine. So let's see. But so if I cross my side, yes, it's too long here. It's so this is like, yeah, so fairly enough, those pictures. So that is actually same thing like.
So that.
They're like,
You're my friend.
oh, yeah.
I had to go sit with.
We certainly want to try to get job for sure. So that, because that, you're absolutely right. Well, that is a great. Yeah, totally, you know. We judge. You know, depends on what procedures will be assigned, patient hands ultimately, you have so many. It's just waiting for consultant procedure, you know, like advanced testing that. You know, schedule, you know, whatever the case is, so we can still, you know, in the best, we can get all. You know. IV medicine, it's fluids, whatever you need, it's ultimately. Yeah, yeah, kind of. So maybe.
As soon as they see my house and those steps, I'm like, I'm not sure.
Yeah. So they're, yes, when they pay the oxygen. Yeah, they do, they do. So they consider this in the eyes of the group of insurances, and Dr. They consider this the. So they're reimbursing the same.
Also, you know, they're saying,
This idea of like.
Yeah, see them.
Right.
Last.
I'm gonna go look.
Questions? Take advantage of.
People in that.
Thank you so much. For being here. Listen, you know what? Yeah, well. So that's why it's all back. I think 2 cents for my money. But yeah, look.
We read it in the rectal here.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like over the you can find something up on this. Yeah. So the way it must be, you know, and so she's on the street. How much your fan?
I'll sit here all night, don't worry, so.
My daughter's.
Okay.
She's right. Just chatted about, yeah, everything's dead, so right. Yes, there is.
Yeah, thank you so much for dropping on everything for us. I know why it was. So. Yeah, no, you know what, they just have swap. So, that's been great. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely.
We have a gift for you. Of course, you're coming.
Oh, absolutely. We'll get out of here.
Yeah, so.
You're not sure. I'll do the microphone myself.
Sure.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, thank you so much. This is incredible.
Enjoy it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We have a lot of,
Business for sure.
in the spring, it's kind of where we're at now. Come back and talk about
My daughter was.
where you are then, or.
Absolutely.
So, the cardiology guys.
Yeah, yeah, we'd love to, absolutely. Pleasure so much, Jeff.
Well, thanks for organizing it.
Yep. Coming back in.
Yeah.
That's one of the things.
And I'll be.
So there's about, I got to hear, I'm finding out, I just,
Yeah.
Chicago, and hard, so.
No, I'm gonna watch. Oh, yeah.
okay, no, I'm not really told that, maybe, that, it's be okay.
Also, that's in my law.
Thanks
for
Yeah, they're come here. Snack.
You know, I think I was.
So, sure. Did you practice?
Last, it's already. They're together for 8 years. So.
Down to salt.
And.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The place. There.
So what number?
Albert.
Okay.
House.
Yes.
Albert. He's a Jew. Yeah.
Check 1, 2. Testing.
to